Hello, and welcome to Whisper Tales. Today, we'll dive into a story set in the depths of magic, legends, and forgotten kingdoms. But first, prepare yourself for the journey ahead. Find a cozy spot, perhaps lean back against a soft pillow. Close your eyes and take a deep breath. Imagine all the tension within you drifting away. Now, it's just you, your imagination, and this tale. This is no ordinary world. Here, time doesn't flow as it does in ours. The threads of destiny are woven with traces of ancient magic. You may hear whispers of legends echoing from every corner. A journey that crosses the borders of kingdoms will unfold, carrying the weight of ancient prophecies, and you'll feel the light and darkness of magic intertwine. This tale will lift you from your reality and carry you into the depths of a new universe. But this journey isn't one you'll take alone. It will come alive with the power of your imagination. If you enjoy being here, don't forget to subscribe to Whisper Tales. This way, the doors to this world of stories will always be open to you. Now, take one more deep breath. If you're ready, let's take our first step together and begin this magical story. Imagine a world surrounded by deep valleys, mountain peaks piercing the clouds, and enchanted forests that seem to stretch endlessly. This is a realm where light and darkness have ruled side by side since the dawn of time. A land where humans, elves, dwarves, and wizards coexist, each harboring their own secrets and conflicts. Kingdoms rise with towering stone castles and glittering palaces, symbols not only of power but also of deep-seated strife. Behind every wall lies a secret, and every corridor echoes with ancient prophecies. Magic long forgotten has been sealed within ancient tomes, accessible only to the bravest or the most reckless souls. At the heart of this world lies a fragile balance. The brighter the rule of light, the deeper the shadow of darkness. The tensions among its peoples, fueled by old wounds and disputes, flare into wars from time to time. But the true danger of this world isn't just in its visible enemies. In the depths of darkness, a forgotten evil stirs, waiting to awaken. Only the wisdom of ancient times and the courage of new heroes can stand against it. And magic. Magic is the soul of this world, present everywhere. In the songs of rivers, the whispers carried by the wind, and the ancient stones gleaming beneath the stars. Yet this magic is not always kind. In the wrong hands, it becomes a force of destruction. In the right hands, it can create miracles. This is a world where those who dare to touch magic rewrite their own destinies. But magic always comes at a price that is rarely predictable. It is here that the threads of fate begin to tangle. Every hero was once ordinary. Every legend began with a single story. Our story begins in a small village nestled in a lush valley, where the morning sun breaks through the mist and the mountains stand as silent guardians in the distance. This village, tucked away at the foot of towering peaks and far from the great kingdoms, feels like a haven untouched by the chaos of the world. Here, people lead simple lives, bound to the land, their animals, and each other. Yet even in this tranquil existence, not everything is as ordinary as it seems. Our hero is a young blacksmith. Every morning, they rise with the first light of dawn and begin their work in a modest but sturdy forge. With each strike of the hammer shaping metal, They sometimes wonder if their life, too, could be forged into something greater. Yet their world seems confined to the boundaries of this forge until you notice the clues that hint otherwise. A warm ring passed down from their family and a journal filled with strange, unreadable symbols suggest their life is anything but ordinary. To the villagers, the blacksmith is merely a skilled craftsman. But within, they carry a sense of longing or restless pull towards something undefined. At night, beneath the canopy of stars, they hear whispers, not from the village, but from the vast unknown beyond the mountains. While the safety of their life in the village is comforting, an unseen force tugs at their heart, drawing them toward the mysteries of the world. One day, while walking along a wooded path near the edge of the village, they stumble upon something unusual, an old, weathered parchment. The markings on it are eerily similar to those in the journal left by their family. This small, seemingly random discovery sparks something deep within, signaling the end of their quiet life and the beginning of an adventure unlike any they could have imagined. Our hero's name is Kaelan. Though he appears to be an ordinary blacksmith, deep in his heart, he has always felt different. Unlike others in the village, Kaelan doesn't know his family. He was left on the doorstep of the village elder as an infant, wrapped in a simple blanket with a strange necklace around his neck, engraved with unfamiliar symbols. Kaelan has never removed that necklace. While others thought it was a sentimental keepsake, he always sensed there was more to it, a secret hidden within its symbols. By day, he worked hard in his forge, crafting tools and weapons for the villagers, but by night he would gaze at the stars, longing for something beyond the mountains. His closest friend was Aeloria, the village healer. Aeloria was a cheerful yet wise woman with knowledge of herbs and ancient remedies. Watching Kaelan's restless gaze fixed on the sky, she would often say, "Your soul seems meant for somewhere greater than this village." Kaelan would laugh and show her his calloused hands, replying, "I'm just a blacksmith, nothing more." Yet even he knew this was a lie he told himself. Kaelan's greatest dream was to see the world beyond the village. Yet, he believed this dream was unattainable. The forests surrounding the village were said to be filled with dangers, dark secrets whispered about for centuries. It was said that a great evil roamed the shadows there, and the villagers rarely dared to leave the safety of their home. But Kaelan's curiosity often burned brighter than his fears. One night, as he lay beneath the stars, something unexpected happened. His necklace began to grow warm, its symbols faintly glowing. Though the markings held no clear meaning, Kaelan knew it was a sign. It felt as though some force was calling him, urging him toward his destiny. In that moment, for the first time in his life, Kaelan felt a certainty in his heart. He was more than just a blacksmith, and he belonged to a story far greater than this quiet village. Kaelan couldn't sleep for several nights after the strange glow and warmth of his necklace. He spent hours examining it, but the symbols remained an enigma. When he told Aeloria about it, the healer seemed deep in thought. "These symbols," she said, "I think I've heard of them in an old tale. But I can't quite recall. Maybe we need to look to ancient knowledge to uncover their meaning." Aeloria suggested visiting an abandoned cottage near the village. It once belonged to a wise mage, but the mage had vanished years ago, leaving the cottage untouched and shrouded in mystery. The villagers believed the place was cursed. Kaelan hesitated at first, but his curiosity outweighed his fear. Together, they ventured to the cottage. The wooden door was decayed and overgrown with moss. Inside, the air was thick with dust, and the room was cluttered with shelves of old books, broken vials on the floor, and piles of parchment on a weathered table. Aeloria pulled a book from the shelf and examined the markings on its cover. "Look," she exclaimed, "these symbols match your necklace." As Kaelan opened the book, something fell from its pages, an old, tattered map. It marked a location deep within the forest beyond the village, the Throne of Flame. Aeloria recognized the name but couldn't recall its meaning. One thing was certain, this map was calling Kaelan to an unknown journey. "This can't be a coincidence," Aeloria said. "Your necklace, the symbols in this book, and now this map. They're all connected. Maybe destiny is guiding you toward this path." Kaelan's heart raced. The vague calling he'd felt for years now had a tangible direction. Finally, Kaelan decided to follow the map's trail. This journey wasn't just about finding answers for himself. It could be the beginning of a prophecy that would reshape the balance of the world. Kaelan studied the map and symbols, feeling both fear and excitement in his heart. The map pointed to a location deep within the forest. Seeking guidance, he visited Silas, the village elder, a wise but reserved man who had seen much in his long life. When Silas saw the map, his expression grew grave. "This map," Silas began, "leads to the Throne of Flame, a place spoken of in legends. It was once a source of immense power, but that power came with a curse. It is said that only one with true courage and wisdom can reach it. But be wary, Kaelan. Every great power demands a great price." Kaelan's mind swirled with doubt, yet the calling in his heart grew louder, undeniable. Aeloria noticed his hesitation and spoke gently. "If you don't want to go, no one will force you. But it's clear that this map and your necklace are meant for you. Perhaps this is a secret only you can uncover." Kaelan spent the night in deep thought. Staying in the village was safe. He could continue his work at the forge, leading a simple and peaceful life. But the emptiness he had always felt would never be filled by that quiet existence. The calling he had heard under the stars was now a clear, unyielding pull. Destiny was urging him forward. The next morning, Kaelan knocked on Aeloria's door with resolve in his eyes. "I'm going," he said firmly. Aeloria smiled knowingly. "I knew you would," she replied. "I've prepared something for you." She handed him a leather bag containing healing herbs, a dagger, and an old spellbook. "This is a guide, but only open it in times of great need," she advised. Kaelan gathered a few essentials and stopped by Silas's house to say farewell. Silas gave him a small wooden charm. "This might protect you from the shadows," Silas said in a solemn tone. "But remember, your greatest strength lies within yourself." As the sun rose, Kaelan stood at the edge of the village. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward. This step was not just a departure from his home, it was his first stride into the unknown. His heart was filled with both fear and hope. Kaelan was no longer just a blacksmith. He was now the hero of his own story. A few days had passed since Kaelan left his village. His journey carried him alongside quiet streams and under the shadows of ancient trees that seemed to whisper secrets in the wind. Yet this was far from an ordinary walk. As Kaelan ventured deeper into the forest, the world around him felt alive. Beams of light filtering through the leaves sometimes guided his path, while at other times they seemed to shift just to confuse him. This forest was no ordinary woodland. It was steeped in ancient magic, a place carrying the echoes of an old and powerful force. Legend spoke of this forest as being older than time itself, with every tree and stone holding a story. At night, when Kaelan camped beneath the stars, he thought he could hear the wind singing ancient songs. But this seemingly peaceful place was fraught with danger. One night, as Kaelan sat by his fire, a distant roar echoed through the trees. He grabbed his dagger, his heart racing as he listened intently. From the darkness emerged a massive creature with glowing amber eyes, a shadow lion, the fabled guardian of the forest. To survive, Kaelan had to rely on both his courage and wits. Instead of attacking the creature, he used his glowing necklace to distract it, swinging it forward to cast shimmering lights that confused the beast, allowing him to escape to safety. This encounter taught Kaelan that he would need more than just physical strength on this journey. His mind would be his greatest weapon. The next day, Kaelan reached the edge of the forest and stumbled upon the ruins of a massive ancient city. Its stone towers and moss-covered statues stood like the ghosts of a long-lost civilization. It was said that a powerful council of mages once resided here. Examining the map, Kaelan realized this place was known as the City of Eternal Shadows. As he walked among the ruins, he noticed carvings on the walls that looked strikingly familiar. They matched the symbols on his necklace. This was proof that he was on the right path. Yet the city wasn't entirely abandoned. Kaelan caught the glint of yellow eyes watching him from the cracks between the stones. Were these the lingering spirits of the mages? Or was it another danger lurking in the shadows? Before leaving, Kaelan gained valuable knowledge, but also a deeper understanding of the perils that lay ahead. Kaelan's journey was not only about uncovering the mysteries of forests and ancient ruins, it also led him through lands once ruled by great kingdoms. Each kingdom had its own history, filled with both triumphs and tragedies, and each seemed to hold secrets tied to Kaelan's destiny. The realm of flames. Home to the fabled throne of flame, this kingdom was once ruled by fire mages. Centuries ago, these mages wielded the power of fire, both its creative and destructive forces, to build a vast empire. But their reliance on such volatile power ultimately led to their downfall. The kingdom was consumed in a cataclysmic blaze, leaving it a wasteland of ash and smoldering volcanic rocks. As Kaelan crossed this land, he encountered glowing embers that never faded, a stark reminder of fire's transformative power, not just physically, but spiritually. The Shadow Valley Kingdom. The Shadow Valley was a land of perpetual gloom, shrouded in mist and haunted by dark magic. Once ruled by sorcerers of darkness, it was a place of fear for all other realms. The most powerful and forbidden spells were created here, but in time, these very spells destroyed the kingdom itself. Now, whispers of restless spirits filled the valley. As Kaelan traversed this land, he felt unseen eyes watching him, and the talisman Aeloria had given him seemed to shield him from the creeping chill. Still, the valley awakened a deep unease within him. The Silver Realm. The Silver Realm was once a beacon of wisdom and light magic. Its name came from the silver sheen of its rivers, which shimmered even under the moonlight. The mages of this kingdom were said to wield the power of light itself, capable of driving back any shadow. However, internal betrayal led to its downfall. Now, its shining rivers and palace ruins lay in silent decay. While crossing these lands, Kaelan discovered an ancient inscription that read, "Where there is light, shadow will always exist." These words lingered in his mind, shaping his thoughts throughout his journey. The Isle of Storms. Located in the heart of the ocean, the Isle of Storms was the most unreachable of all the kingdoms. Perpetually surrounded by raging storms, it was said to be home to a being that controlled the powers of wind and lightning. Though the island was not marked on Kaelan's map, its name echoed in the tales he heard along the way. It seemed inevitable that this island's power would intersect with his destiny at some point. Each of these kingdoms left a unique imprint on Kaelan. They didn't just reveal the history of the world, but also gave him a deeper understanding of his own soul. Yet all these realms seemed to echo the same truth: great power always comes with a great cost. As Kaelan followed the map's path, the journey grew increasingly treacherous. Exiting the somber atmosphere of the Shadow Valley, he found himself at the entrance to a mountain pass known as the Passage of Silence. Legends claimed this pass was a place of trials, meant to test not only physical strength, but also the resolve of the heart. The path wound through the dark slopes of the mountain, eventually climbing to snow-covered peaks. But the challenges here were far more than just physical. At the entrance to the pass, Kaelan encountered a massive stone gate surrounded by ancient carvings. The symbols on the gate bore a striking resemblance to those on his necklace. As he approached, a whisper echoed from the gate: "Courage is not just the strength to fight, it is the ability to face the darkness within. Are you ready?" When the gate opened, Kaelan stepped into a cavern cloaked in shadows. This place held no external threats. Instead, it brought forth his deepest fears and regrets. As he ventured further, shifting shadows began to form around him, reflecting moments of his life he wished to forget. One shadow depicted his lost family, whom he had never known. Another whispered doubts about his choice to leave the safety of the village, accusing him of abandoning a simple but secure life. For a moment, Kaelan felt himself faltering, tempted to give in to the weight of his own regrets. But then, he remembered Aeloria's words: "You cannot find the light without facing your own shadows." Those words echoed in his mind as he took a step forward and stared into the illusions. "This is my story," he said firmly. "My past does not define me. I will write my own destiny." At that moment, the symbols on his necklace began to glow. The light spread outward, gradually dissolving the shadows. At the end of the cavern, a small but radiant crystal sat upon a pedestal. When Kaelan grasped it, a sense of peace washed over him. This crystal was not only a key to the next stage of his journey, but also a symbol of his newfound inner strength. As Kaelan exited the pass, he emerged not just physically stronger, but spiritually transformed. This first great trial had shown him a vital truth: following destiny meant battling not only external dangers, but also the darkness within. After crossing the Passage of Silence, Kaelan found himself in a dark forest. This forest was even more oppressive than the Shadow Valley. The trees towered high, their intertwined branches blotting out the sky entirely. Every step Kaelan took was accompanied by the unsettling feeling that something, or someone, was watching him. But this was more than just a feeling. As Kaelan ventured deeper into the forest, a cold mist began to rise, swirling unnaturally around him. The mist seemed alive, nudging him toward a specific direction. Despite the unease growing in his chest, Kaelan pressed on. The mist led him to a wide clearing encircled by ancient stones. It was clear this was once a place of powerful rituals. Yet, the energy here was far from dormant. From the shadows, a figure emerged, a tall man in a long, dark robe, his face obscured by a deep hood. This was Kaelan's first true confrontation with a force of darkness. The man spoke in a deep, echoing voice. Someone like you has no place here. Stepping onto this path was your first mistake. It will lead not to salvation, but to ruin. For the first time, Kaelan stood before a being of immense power. He gripped the crystal tightly, but the oppressive aura emanating from this figure was overwhelming. The man chanted a spell, and tendrils of shadow encircled Kaelan, trapping him in place. Kaelan realized he would have to rely on the full power of his necklace to escape. As he clutched the necklace, its symbols began to glow once more. A brilliant light emanated from it, pushing back the shadowy barrier. But this wasn't a battle that would be easily won. The figure raised his hand and hurled a spear of shadow at Kaelan, who barely managed to roll out of its path. Every moment of the fight tested not only Kaelan's courage but his wits as well. In the end, the light from Kaelan's necklace forced the dark sorcerer to retreat. Before vanishing into the shadows, the figure spoke with a menacing tone. This is only the beginning. Greater enemies await you, and they are far more powerful than I. Kaelan survived the encounter but felt drained, both physically and emotionally. Confronting the darkness wasn't just a test of strength, it also tested his very spirit. This meeting showed Kaelan just how dangerous his journey would be and revealed the true power of the darkness he faced. Yet, despite the odds, he proved that the light within him could stand against even the deepest shadows. After his encounter with the dark sorcerer, Kaelan realized his powers were far from sufficient. As he continued his journey, the dangers of traveling alone became increasingly evident. Yet fate has a way of delivering unexpected allies. Following the path marked on his map, Kaelan arrived at the Star Spring, a fabled lake known for its crystal-clear waters. The area around the lake shimmered as though it belonged to another world. But he wasn't alone. Moving as gracefully as a bird gliding through the air, an elf woman appeared. She had long, silvery hair and carried a bough on her back. Her piercing gaze seemed to read Kaelan's very soul. She introduced herself as Aeloria. Elves were known for their distrust of humans, but when Aeloria noticed the symbols on Kaelan's necklace, her demeanor shifted. These markings, she said, carry the secrets of an ancient age. They belong only to one destined for a greater purpose. Aeloria recognized that Kaelan wouldn't survive this journey alone and offered to guide him. As they continued, Kaelan and Aeloria encountered another ally, a dwarf named Tharok. They found him deep in an abandoned mine, battling shadowy creatures. With their help, Tharok survived the fight. Initially distrustful, the gruff and powerful dwarf reluctantly listened to their story. Realizing the importance of Kaelan's mission, Tharok decided to join them. Tharok's strength and knowledge of ancient artifacts proved invaluable. His expertise in uncovering hidden secrets helped Kaelan unlock previously unknown abilities in his necklace. Meanwhile, Aeoloria's connection to nature and mastery of the bow enhanced their ability to navigate and defend themselves. Together, their unique skills made the journey not only safer but richer in discovery. However, with new alliances came new enemies. Along the way, the group was ambushed by a band of mercenaries. These soldiers served the Dark Sorcerer and were tasked with capturing Kaelan and his necklace. Thanks to Aeoloria's deadly archery and Tharok's unyielding shield, they managed to fend off the attackers. But the ambush revealed how closely the dark forces were watching Kaelan and the power he carried. As the journey progressed, the bond between the three deepened. Aeloria shared ancient tales that inspired Kaelan's spirit, while Tharok taught him how to grow physically stronger. What had begun as a solitary quest for Kaelan transformed into a fellowship. Though they came from different worlds and pursued different personal goals, they now shared a common purpose: to banish the shadows and uncover the secrets of the Throne of Flame. As Kaelan, Aeloria, and Tharok journeyed onward, their path revealed not only physical challenges but also fragments of an ancient prophecy. Everywhere they went, clues to the prophecy seemed to appear, drawing them closer to its truth. However, these clues also attracted their enemies, who pursued them relentlessly. One day, they arrived at the ruins on the border of the Silver Realm. Among the crumbling remnants, they found a massive stone monument, half buried in the earth. Its surface bore symbols strikingly similar to those on Kaelan's necklace. Aeloria traced the carvings with her fingers and noticed inscriptions in an ancient Elvish script. Tharok inspected the stone's cracks and remarked, "This could be a door, but only if we solve the puzzle." Kaelan lifted his glowing necklace toward the monument. The symbols began to shimmer, and light emanated from the cracks. Slowly, the monument shifted, revealing a hidden passage that led deep underground. Within lay a forgotten temple, withered by time and nature but still holding secrets within its carved walls. At the temple's center stood a circular altar inscribed with text. Aeloria read the ancient Elvish aloud. "Shadow and light are links in the same chain. One cannot exist without the other. Fire can destroy all things, yet it also brings rebirth. Power is granted only to those who find balance." The words reveal the key to the prophecy. Kaelan realized the prophecy wasn't simply about destroying the darkness, it was about restoring balance between light and shadow. To achieve this, he needed to reach the Throne of Flame and harness its power without succumbing to its destructive nature. Just then, the silence of the temple was broken by a low hum. Servants of the Dark Sorcerer had followed them inside. The group's wisdom and combat skills were put to the test as shadows descended upon them. Aeloria's arrows flew true, striking down the dark figures. Tharok shielded them from blows and retaliated with brute strength, while Kaelan wielded the light of his necklace to repel the creatures. When the battle ended, they were battered but resolute. As they emerged from the temple, Kaelan understood something profound. The prophecy wasn't just a mission, it was a warning. Reaching the throne of flame wasn't solely about defeating the darkness. It would also require him to find balance within himself, between his own light and shadow. As Kaelan, Aeloria, and Tharok drew closer to the throne of flame, their journey became more perilous than ever. Their enemies were no longer limited to the dark sorcerer's servants. Rival factions from fractured kingdoms had also joined the fray, each seeking to claim the throne's immense power for themselves. At last, the group arrived at the site marked on the map, a fortress nestled in a valley surrounded by jagged mountains. But the fortress was under siege. Armies of soldiers, sorcerers, and shadowy creatures fought fiercely, each vying for control of the throne. Kaelan realized he was at the heart of a war that wasn't just about the throne's power, but the fate of the entire world. As the group surveyed the battlefield, they assessed the forces at play. Closest to the throne were the dark sorcerer's forces, enveloped in shadow magic and steadily overpowering their opponents. Aeloria turned to Kaelan and said, "They are fused with the shadows. If we don't stop them, the throne will fall to darkness forever." On the other side, remnants of the Silver Realm's army, joined by descendants of light mages, were fighting desperately to protect the throne. However, their strength was waning against the overwhelming darkness. Tharok grunted, "One side has the light but lacks the grit. The other side has the grit but is consumed by shadow." Kaelan, suppressing his unease, realized that he was the key to this conflict. This wasn't just a war, it was a test of balance. Aeloria and Tharok saw the determination in his eyes and pledged their support. Tharok declared, "I'll fight by your side, friend." Aeloria added, "But remember, fighting isn't enough. Your true task is to control the power." As chaos erupted throughout the valley, the group devised a plan to reach the throne. Aeloria would protect them from a distance with her arrows, Tharok would engage the enemy forces directly, and Kaelan would push through the chaos to confront the dark sorcerer and reach the throne. As Kaelan pressed forward, the sky darkened. The dark sorcerer finally revealed himself, wreathed in an aura of shadow. He stepped toward the throne, his immense power bending the air around him. Kaelan knew that stopping the sorcerer wasn't just a physical battle, it was a confrontation with his own fears and the darkness within him. Every corner of the valley became a battlefield, where light clashed with shadow. This wasn't just a fight between armies, it was a battle for the fate of the world itself. Summoning every ounce of courage, Kaelan prepared to make his final push toward the throne of flame. As Kaelan approached the throne of flame, the noise and chaos of battle suddenly faded into an eerie silence. He found himself surrounded by a dense, shadowy mist that felt as if it was alive. This was no ordinary obstacle. Kaelan sensed it was a manifestation of the darkness within his own mind. His steps slowed, and his breath quickened. From within the mist, a figure emerged. It was Kaelan, or rather, a dark reflection of himself. This version of Kaelan had cold, shadow-filled eyes and a voice laced with mockery. "What's all this effort for?" the dark figure asked. "You're just a blacksmith. The power of the throne will destroy you. If you want to survive, turn back now." Kaelan tried to stand firm. "I may be a blacksmith, but my destiny is greater than that. he replied. The dark figure laughed. Do you really believe that? It's your fears and doubts that brought you here, not courage, it countered. The figure began to confront Kaelan with all of his failures and regrets. It spoke of the emptiness he felt from never knowing his family, the doubt that lingered from leaving the safety of his village, and the mistakes he had made on this journey. As the darkness around him grew, Kaelan felt paralyzed, as if he could no longer move forward. Aeloria's words echoed in his mind, "You can't find the light without facing your shadows." Taking a deep breath, Kaelan turned inward. "Yes," he said aloud, "I have fears. I've made mistakes. But this journey is about discovering who I am and becoming stronger. I can't find the light without accepting my darkness." This acceptance caused the symbols on Kaelan's necklace to glow brightly. The light radiated outward, forcing the dark reflection to retreat. Before fading completely, the figure spoke one last time, "You can't destroy me entirely. I'll always be here. But you can learn to control me." As the dark figure dissolved, Kaelan felt a wave of relief. He knew this wouldn't be the last time he faced his inner darkness, but he had passed this trial. This moment marked a turning point in Kaelan's journey. He was no longer just a blacksmith, but someone who had embraced both his light and shadow. As he continued toward the throne, Kaelan felt stronger than ever. He had faced his own darkness, understood it, and emerged wiser. Every step toward the throne reminded him that his fight wasn't just for himself, it was for the future of the world. When Kaelan finally reached the throne of flame, the chaos of battle rose to its peak. The dark sorcerer stood beside the throne, his presence turning the air heavy with shadow. The sky was covered in stormy clouds, and darkness seemed to seep into every corner. The throne sat in the center of a dormant volcanic crater, surrounded by ancient stone pillars etched with glowing symbols. The throne radiated immense power, but with it came the palpable danger of corruption. Kaelan, Aeloria, and Tharok quickly formulated their final plan. Tharok charged forward to hold off the enemy forces, using his shield to protect the battlefield's front line. Aeloria provided cover with her arrows from a distance. Kaelan knew this final approach to the throne was his alone to make. The dark sorcerer noticed Kaelan and smirked. "A blacksmith, hoping to wield the power of this throne? It will consume you. But perhaps I'll let you join the shadows instead." Kaelan gripped his necklace tightly, standing firm. Power belongs only to those who find balance. This throne will not fall to darkness. As the sorcerer unleashed his attacks, the air around the throne crackled with energy. Waves of shadow magic clashed with the light from Kaelan's necklace, sending shockwaves echoing across the valley. Kaelan realized this battle wasn't just about strength, it was about maintaining his inner balance. The sorcerer's spells attempted to exploit Kaelan's doubts and fears, but Kaelan stood his ground. Reaching the throne, Kaelan faced a choice: claim its power for himself or destroy it entirely. The throne's energy whispered promises. It could restore what he'd lost, make him invincible. But Kaelan remembered the lessons of Aeloria and his companions. True strength lay in balance, not domination. Kaelan placed his glowing necklace at the throne's center. The light from the necklace fused with the throne's dark energy. For a moment, There was harmony, but achieving this balance required a sacrifice. Kaelan channeled a part of his own essence into the throne, ensuring its power would stabilize the world rather than destroy it. Realizing he couldn't control the throne's energy, the dark sorcerer recoiled in fear and fled. Before vanishing into the shadows, he issued one final warning: "You stopped me today, but shadows always return." As the throne's light illuminated the sky, the battlefield fell silent. The enemy forces began to retreat. Aeloria and Tharok approached Kaelan, finding him exhausted but at peace. He had proven that power wasn't just a tool of destruction, but a means to restore balance. But this victory came at a cost. To stabilize the throne, Kaelan had sacrificed part of his own strength. Though weakened, his spirit was stronger than ever. With the throne balanced, Kaelan, Aeloria, and Tharok left the valley. As a new dawn broke, Kaelan was no longer just a blacksmith. He had become a legendary hero, one who had embraced both his light and shadow, forging his destiny with his own hands. As the sun rose over the valley, the scars of battle began to fade. The throne of flame, now free from the clutches of darkness, glowed softly, radiating balance once more. But the journey to restore that balance had irrevocably changed the world, and Kaelan himself. Standing at the edge of the valley, Kaelan, Aeloria, and Tharok turned back to look at the throne one last time. This was not just an ending, it was the beginning of a new era. Aeloria placed a gentle hand on Kaelan's shoulder and said, "The world is stronger now because the balance between light and shadow has been restored." Tharok added with a smirk, "But this isn't the end. Someone will always be needed to keep that balance in check." As they climbed the path out of the valley, Kaelan found himself deep in thought. He had not only helped save the world, but had also come to terms with the light and darkness within himself. He was no longer defined by the shadows of his past. He had forged his own destiny. After leaving the valley, the trio sat by a campfire in reflective silence. Aeloria spoke first, revealing her intention to return to her people. "They need to understand the importance of this balance," she said. Tharok, on the other hand, chose to wander the world rather than return to the mines. "Life is bigger than any of us imagined," he said with a grin. Kaelan, however, realized he needed time alone. "I'll return to my village," he said. "But it's no longer just a home, it's a part of the world I've helped shape. Perhaps one day, I'll share this story with others." As they parted ways, an unspoken bond lingered between them. It was not just the result of shared adventure, but of a deeper connection forged in the fires of their trials. Though this chapter of Kaelan's story seemed to end, he knew it was merely the threshold of something new. As he walked away from the valley, the sky seemed brighter, more peaceful. The world was a canvas upon which new stories could be written. Looking up at the heavens, Kaelan whispered softly to himself, "This is only the beginning." When Kaelan returned to his village, everything at first seemed unchanged. People toiled in the fields, and the rhythmic clanging of hammers echoed from the forges. But for Kaelan, everything felt different. He was no longer just a blacksmith. His journey had transformed him, both physically and spiritually, as he had come to accept the balance of light and darkness within himself. Standing in the village square, Kaelan found his old forge still intact. He remembered the days when he would listen to the harmonious ring of hammer on metal as a child. Yet now, he had ventured far beyond the borders of this small world. Aeloria's words echoed in his mind, "Your soul belongs not just to the world you know, but to the world you choose to create." In the days that followed, Kaelan tried to return to his old routines. He helped the villagers in the fields and shared stories of blacksmithing with the children. But each night, as he gazed up at the stars, he felt the profound transformation within himself. This world was no longer just a place of peace and routine. The dangers he had faced, the victories he had achieved, and the lessons he had learned filled him with a new sense of purpose. One evening, Kaelan held his necklace in his hands. Since the events at the Throne of Flame, its light had dimmed, but the symbols still carried meaning for him. They were a reminder of who he had become and what he had accomplished. Quietly, he whispered to himself, "Power only finds meaning when you balance the light and shadow within." Though Kaelan remained in the village, he embraced a new role. He inspired others by sharing the tales of his journey, igniting their imaginations. He passed on the wisdom he had gained to the village's younger generation. But his stories weren't just about heroism, they were about the necessity of facing one's own darkness. "We all seek balance within ourselves," he would say. "True victory lies not in battles won outside, but in the fears we confront within." For Kaelan, completing his inner journey wasn't about reaching an end, but about creating a beginning. He had found peace not just with his past, but also with his future. His story became a bridge, not only for himself, but for others to find inspiration. And so, Kaelan, carrying the light he had found within, became a living legend, spreading his warmth and wisdom to every corner of the village. And so, Kaelan's story comes to an end here. But as we know, every end is also a beginning. He began his journey as a simple blacksmith and became a hero. By embracing both the light and shadow within himself, he helped restore balance to the world. Kaelan's tale is not just an adventure, it's a reflection of the potential we all carry within. We all face darkness at times. Our fears, regrets, and mistakes may seem like obstacles. But this story reminds us that this darkness can be an opportunity to grow and learn. Now, we ask you to take a deep breath and close your eyes. Feel the emotions this story has left with you. Like Kaelan, you are the hero of your own life. In your daily struggles, in the dreams you dare to chase, and in every step you take with courage. Let this story be a beacon of light and inspiration for you. Thank you for joining us on this journey with Whisper Tales. We hope this story has brought you a moment of peace and reignited your imagination. If you enjoyed being here, don't forget to subscribe to our channel. We look forward to sharing more adventures with you. Let the echoes of this tale stay with you. When you look at the stars tonight, perhaps you'll remember Kaelan's inner journey. And maybe, in that moment, you'll find the inspiration to begin writing your own story. Farewell, dear listeners. Until we meet again for another adventure on Whisper Tales.